Good morning, Austin, Texas. What a beautiful day for a steer show, and we want to welcome you to Rodeo, Austin. I would like to invite Jeff Dodd to the announcer's table to lead us in a word of prayer to help us get us started.
Good morning, everybody. If I could get you to rise and remove cover, take our hats off. Dear Heavenly Lord, we come to you this morning just humbled, Lord, humbled at the youth that are here and the amazing things that they've done with their projects. We're blessed, Lord, blessed to be able to do these things we love, to gather together, to fellowship, to support the youth of Texas and the future leaders of our world. We ask, Lord, that you put your hands of comfort, or your hands of safety over us as we start and go through our day. We ask that you provide safe passage for all of our exhibitors, for our family, for our committee, for our judge, as we complete our day and travel back to home, wherever that may be. Lord, we're thankful for the men and women that fight for the freedoms that you've provided us. We thank you for being a forgiving Lord. We thank you for your Son, that he died on the cross for our salvation. Again, Lord, we just ask all of these things in your name. Amen.
Thank you, Jeff. Appreciate that. I'm also excited that we have some of our Texas youth to help us with our opening ceremony. So I'm going to turn the mic over to Kenley Rathman, who's going to lead us in the 4-H pledge.
In support of the 4-H club motto, to make the best better, I pledge my head to clear thinking, my heart to greater loyalty, my hands to larger service, and my health to better living. For my club, my community, my country, and my world.
Good job. Thank you, Kenley. Give her a round of applause. I'm also going to turn the mic over to Aniston Paschke, who's going to lead us in the FFA motto.
Learning to do, doing to learn, earning to live, and living to serve.
Awesome, thank you. And last but certainly not least, I'm going to turn the mic over to Faith Wilganowski, very talented, and she's going to lead us in the national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets regular, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Wow, that was beautiful. What a great way to start the steer show. Thank you to each of you. Appreciate that very much. That was awesome. I can't think of a better way to start the steer show with a national anthem like that. Thank you to each of them.
Oh yeah, we were going to call her name.
Entering the show ring at this time is Class 16 AOB Red Steers. We have 24 entries in this class with weights ranging from 1,080 to 1,250. We will place and sell 4 head. I wanted to introduce and welcome Judge Jason Hoffman from Thedford, Nebraska. We're excited to have him for second day for our steer show. Jason resides in Thedford and lives there with his wife, Casey, 3 kids, Haxton, Kennedy, and Hayden. Jason's judging career started at Clarendon, Texas, Clarendon Junior College, where he finished up at Kansas State University in Manhattan, Kansas. Jason is the owner and operator of Hoffman Ranch in Thedford. We're excited to have Jason with us.
I don't know if it was I think it was 4-H. There's like a state and national contest talent deal. Maybe it was FFA.
Did the FFA win? I have a friend that did also FFA.
We know that it's difficult sometimes to attend and watch these shows, so we wanted to make sure that you're aware that the talented Taylor Fort and his team are here again with us again today. So those of you that are not able to attend, whether you have family members, supporters, friends, that you can get on Taylor Fort's live feed and watch the show. You can access that information through taylorfort.com/live. or through Facebook page, Taylor Fort's Facebook page, or Rodeo Austin's website.
So amazing. It's a blessing that you sing.
Also want to announce that we have the talented Devin Sis Photography, who's taking our ring photos as well as our backdrop photos. Devin Sis, this is her first year at Rodeo Austin, and her team are doing an amazing job. So if you have a chance, please find Devin and thank her for being at Rodeo Austin.
Okay, now. Where are you from? I know he said. Waco area?
I'd also like to take this opportunity to not only introduce but thank our steer superintendents, Edward Schneider and Dr. Mark Miller, as well as all of the ring staff that we have, some interns from Texas Tech University, as well as the Rodeo Austin Steer Committee. Thank you for all of your assistance and helping to make this go as smooth as it has.
will go check. I'm sure the rodeo is taken care of right now. Sorry, not just tonight.
Also want to remind you that all of yesterday's photography pictures are already up on Devon Sis website, which is devonsisphotography.com. So you can begin viewing those photos, and if you're interested in making a purchase, then follow the instructions on the website and purchase those photography of your kid.
I'm going to take a picture.
Yeah, go ahead.
Attention to the barn. This is first call for Class 17 AOB Red. First call for Class 17 AOB Red. Please be making your way to the holding area. Attention to the barn. Class 17 AOB Red Steers, please make your way to the holding area. Class 17 AOB Red to the holding area. Attention the barn, if you have a steer that you wish to sell to the floor, the price is $1.59 and TLMA is taking those steers anytime. TLMA is located at the outside northwest corner of the show barn. Look for the white tent. Again, they are receiving steers anytime. So if you have a steer that you wish to sell to the floor, price is $1.59 and TLMA is accepting those cattle at this time. That's any steer you wish to floor, and all placing steers need to be taken there after the show. Attention the barn, Class 17, AOB Red, please make your way to the holding area. Class 17, AOB Red to the holding area. As these exhibitors start exiting the arena, I ask that you put your hands together and please give them a round of applause for all their hard work and joining us at Rodeo Austin. Attention in the barn. At this time, the wash rack on the south end of the arena is closed and not available, so please do not use the wash rack on the south end of the arena. Use the one that's located on the north side. Thank you. Attention the barn. Again, the wash rack on the south end of the barn is unavailable at this time, and we apologize for the inconvenience. We know that this is very important and that you need to use that. We have someone to unclog those drains on their way. Should be here in 5 minutes, and we'll announce when that wash rack is back open and available. Thank you for your understanding and cooperation. Attention in the barn, Class 17, AOB Red needs to make their way to the holding area. Class 17, AOB Red, please make your way to the holding area. Attention the barn, this is last call for Class 17 AOB Red. Last call for Class 17 AOB Red. Please make it to the holding area immediately. Try that one first.
All right, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Good morning. Really good way to start another great day here. The steer that wins the class here is dang sure got the most to him. He's got the most shape to him. He's a big bone steer that steps down on a big foot. I like how burly he is and how pulled apart he is. Maybe not the most attractive up through that front third and the tail head, but I think he's got the most good to him. Just a tremendous package here with a lot of shape and density to him. The steer here in second, probably what sorts 2 and 3 is there's just more steer here. He's an attractive steer. He's good up high. He's pretty good out through his hip. I like the angle of his hind leg. Just a very good steer with a lot of base width. The calf here in third is just a little bit more refined. He's not quite as stout as the 2 steers ahead of him, but I think he works his way up here because there's really nothing wrong with him. He really blends together smooth. He's a well-made calf. Gets around the ring as good as any steer in here. And then we get into some steers that probably appear to have more shape from the outside than what they actually do, and this young man's would be one of them. When you get your hands up on him, you'd sure like to see more muscle up in his spine. I'd like to see more muscle in his pin bone area, but he's a very practical steer that's efficient. He's deep-sided. He's very smooth-made. The young man's done a good job feeding him. Calf that follows him's got a tremendous amount of shape up high. He's a little bit more tubular in his rib design. I'd like to deepen him up and soften him up a little bit, but I think he works his way to the front end of this class in terms of muscle shape. The steer that follows him is a very practical steer. He's extremely smooth finished. He's just as smooth as any steer out here. From the point of his shoulder, blends back just awesome the whole way back, but he just needs more muscle throughout to get any higher. The steer that follows him I like a lot of things about, and he's got more muscle than the red steer in front of him, but the problem is how this steer handles his hind leg from his hock to the ground. Wants to kind of get out a little bit on that front end as well, but you sure got to admire him for how much product he's really got in him. A lot of shape to that calf. And then we get into a couple that are just a little bit quicker patterned here. This darker steer here I like a lot of things about. Just like to see him in a bigger frame package. Very smooth made. Could be just a little bit more tone, but he's very practical and he's plenty good on his feet and legs. And he's enough better there and enough sounder in his knee to get ahead of this calf that follows him. This is a very efficient, soggy made steer. Just like to clean him up a little bit in that front third, make him a little bit more attractive, level him out from his spine back to his pin bones, but he's a steer that's got a lot of bone and a lot of rib. Just a very, very practical type of steer concludes the class. He's a smooth-made steer. He's exceptionally deep-bodied. Looks like he had an easy time converting feed. Very practical, just a little bit too plain. Needs some more flair of that stifle and just more shape. Tremendous amount of bone and foot and sound. Just needs to be more muscular.
Thank you, Judge Hoffman. Results from Class 16. 10th place is Callie Silko from Comal County 4-H. 9th place is Hope Scribner from Gray County 4-H. 8th place is Mally Hankis from Wall FFA. 7th goes to Chrislyn Roden, Crosby County 4-H. 6th place, Kathleen Harmon, Live Oak County 4-H. 5th place, Trevor Swain, Toller FFA. Fourth place is Stanton Cantwell, Gillespie County 4-H. Third place, Holton Weeding, Live Oak County 4-H. Second place, Ava Lee, Live Oak County 4-H. And your class winner is Carly Rathman, Lubbock County 4-H. Congratulations to those exhibitors. Entering the show ring at this time is Class 17, AOB Red. 24 entries in this class with weights ranging 1254 to 1489. Judge Hoffman will place and will sell 5 head. Attention to the barn, all placing steers that qualify for the sale have to get their picture, a backdrop picture taking. All placing steers qualified for the sale have to get a backdrop photo. So when you're through, please make your way to Devin Sisk backdrop photo and get your picture taken. Attention to the barn, this is first call for Class 18, AOB Other Color. First call, Class 18, AOB Other Color steers. Please make your way to the holding area. I'd like to take this opportunity to introduce or thank a lot of our sponsors. We know that it takes a lot of money to operate these shows, and the financial assistance is very much appreciated. Tellius Equipment Solutions, presenting sponsor of Showbarn, the right solution for your equipment needs. Ram, the official truck of Rodeo Austin. Sign up for your chance to win a voucher for a Ram truck at any of the Ram booths across the fairgrounds. HEB, the official grocer of Rodeo Austin. Special thank you to the Ralston Family Charitable Foundation for their support of Rodeo Austin's mission. Frost Bank, presenting sponsor of Ultimate Scramble Championship. Holt Cat, Texas First Rentals, presenting sponsor of Youth Auction. Thank you to each of those sponsors. Attention the barn, Class 18 AOB other color steers, please make your way to the holding area. Class 18 AOB other color steers to the holding area. Attention the barn, if you are a champion or reserve champion of a division, prejudging will begin promptly at 5 o'clock this afternoon in the show arena. Again, if you are a champion or reserve champion of a division, prejudging will begin promptly at 5 o'clock this afternoon in the show arena. As these exhibitors begin exiting the arena, please put your hands together and give them a warm thank you for all their hard work and joining us at Rodeo Austin. Attention the barn, Class 18, AOB other color steers. You need to be making your way to the holding area. Class 18, AOB other color steers. Please make your way to the holding area. If you have friends or family at home, supporters of these kiddos that aren't able to attend, this is a reminder that Taylor Fort is here covering this show live. The live feed can be accessed through this website, taylorfort.com/live, through Taylor Fort's Facebook page, or also through Rodeo Austin's website. For those of you that can't be here, you can watch the show live, taylorfort.com. Also want to thank Devin Sis for being here to help capture the moment. Those pictures from yesterday are located and are uploaded to her website, devinsisphotography.com. She's also doing the backdrop photos. We sincerely want to thank Taylor Fort and Devin Sis for being here to help capture the moment. Attention the barn, Class 18, AOB, other color steers, please make your way to the holding area. Class 18, AOB, other color steers, to the holding area. Attention the barn. Class 18 AOB Other Colors, we're missing Exhibitor 602 from Granbury FFA and Exhibitor 5261 from Bullard FFA. Please make your way to the holding area. Attention the barn, we need exhibitor number 5261 to report to the holding area. Exhibitor 5261 from Bullard FFA. Please report to the holding area for Class 18 AOB Other Color steers.
Really an awesome set of steers we have here. Minor differences, but this steer up here in the front, young man and does he blend together good. He's got tons of look. I like his body capacity. He's actually got more depth even all the way back through his flank than what you'd think. He's a little deceiving because he's really a long-bodied steer as well. I like to get my hands on that steer. He feels right, but so's the red steer, or the darker red steer behind him. Just a tremendous pair. If I could change one thing, he almost wants to drag that left hind leg, but man, the angles are good, and this other steer is a little coarser jointed, so we'll just leave that alone because they're both sound enough. But this steer, the way he's made up through that front third and how everything blends and transitions together, and then he has that shape that comes in that hind leg like he does, got natural base width, a tremendous amount of look, just a really, really high quality individual. I like the stoutness and the boldness and the bone of this dark steer here. He's got a tremendous amount of good in him. He's a little bit more opened up in that shoulder. He's a little bit coarser throughout, even through that tail head just a little bit, but that's not really that big of a deal. He is somewhat coarser jointed, but I think he makes up for it in terms of soundness because he's got a really big foot underneath of him. I like the depth of heart this calf has to him. He too is really deep flanked. He's got enough look to me, but if we're comparing him, he doesn't have as much look and probably just not as eye appealing as the steer that beats him, but I think there's so many areas he's so strong he needs to be up here in the front of the class. He's got way more muscle over his top. He's got way more bone than this steer here. What a really smooth steer, well fed, blends together awesome. He's a little bit of a lower fronted steer. He's a little bit more moderate throughout, as sound a steer and as clean a jointed a steer as there is in the class. And that's one easy way to work him up here in the top trio, and it gets him over this calf here. This calf probably more matches in terms of performance and size and mass 1 and 2. The problem is he is coarser jointed. He struggles out of the hock. With that, he's just a little bit more stale when you handle him too. But really a ripped, pulled apart steer. He's bold sprung. He's got a big muscle in him. He's got a big old forearm in him. He's got a lot of natural shape. This steer here is just one of those calves that kind of gets up here because there isn't a whole lot wrong with him. He's very practical. He's very efficient. He just doesn't have enough muscle to run with the steers ahead of him. I like this calf a whole lot. We're kind of up and down somewhat in terms of type throughout this class, but this steer just needs to be a little bit sounder, primarily in those hocks, and he doesn't have as much muscle as he looks like he does from the outside. Like to see more shape and a little bit more stifle in this calf, but a really, really attractive steer. The steer behind him, this dark steer's like some of the other ones, you know, if you could just put more true muscle in him, and when you grabbed a hold of his top, if you could feel just more muscle, he'd work himself up, because he's made a whole lot like that red and white steer that was third. He's just too flat and too plain in his muscle pattern, but he's a really good practical kind of steer. Calf that follows him just kind of labors along a little bit more in terms of movement. He's a little bit coarser. He's more restricted in his hock area, got a tremendous amount of chest floor and performance, and has some real muscle in him. We get into a couple steers here that are a little more shallow, and I think they kind of sort themselves out on the move a little bit. This calf up here is a little bit straighter in his knee. This calf here is a little bit straighter throughout. Just like to limber them up a little bit to run with the steers ahead of them. But they got the cut because they got some look to them, they got some shape to them, and a lot of quality.
Thank you, Judge. Results from Class 17. 10th place is Caitlin Smith, Lavernia FFA. 9th place goes to Gage Tomasic, Franklin FFA. 8th place, Caitlin Robinette, Burnett FFA. 7th place goes to Addison Rouse, Karnes County 4-H. 6th place goes to Emily Field, Wilson County 4-H. 5th place is Cole Krakow, Hayes County 4-H. 4th place goes to Austin Earhart, Lubbock County 4-H. 3rd place goes to Tucker Wells, Guadalupe County 4-H. 2nd place goes to Lorelei Jenke, Poteet FFA. And your class winner is Drew Carr, Lamb County 4-H. Congratulations to those exhibitors. Entering the ring now is the division drive for the Red Cross. Out of Class 16, you have your class winner, Carly Rathman. 2nd place, Ava Lee. Out of Class 17, you have your class winner, Drew Carr. 2nd place, Lorelei Jenke, Poteet FFA. Attention the barn, I want to announce that thanks to the awesome services of Rodeo Austin Plumbing, the wash rack on the south end of the arena is now open and available to be used. Thank you for their efforts and attention in this matter. The wash rack on the south end of the arena is now open and available.
really an awesome division here, and these young people and new parents and supporters should really be proud, because that was really good. A lot of really good steers got the gate, and I apologize for that. But just tremendous depth the whole way through. When we get back out here, though, I think there's 2 steers that need to stay together, and those will be the 2 big steers out of the last class. They'll be champion and reserve. Excellent representation for this color.
Champion AOB Red goes to Drew Carr, Lamb County 4-H. Reserve champion AOB Red goes to Lorelei Jenke from Poteet FFA. Congratulations to both of those exhibitors.
Do you want to mention to come fill out their bios?
Yes.
Oopsie.
Entering the show ring at this time is Class 18 AOB Other Color Steers. 25 entries with weights ranging from 1,000 to 1,077. Judge Hoffman will place and will sell 4 head. If you are a champion or a reserve champion steer in a division, please come to the announcer's table at the south end of the arena. We need to obtain some information from you. So if you are champion or reserve champion of a division, please make your way to the announcer's table sometime today so we can obtain some information. Attention to the barn, we will not be taking a lunch break today. We will show all classes before we take a lunch break today. Attention the barn, this is first call for Class 19 AOB Other Color Steers. First call for Class 19, please make your way to the holding area. For those of you just joining us this morning, I'd like to introduce and welcome our judge, Jason Hoffman, Thedford, Nebraska. Judge Hoffman is here with his wife, Casey Hoffman, children Haxton, Kennedy, and Hayden. Jason is the owner and operator of Hoffman Ranch in Thetford. His judging career includes a start at Clarendon Junior College in Clarendon, Texas, and Kansas State University in Manhattan, Kansas. In visiting with Judge Hoffman, he did share some comments with me that he doesn't know of another industry that you can teach kids the kind of work ethic like this one. It shows them that you only get out of it what you put into it. For the most part, you deal with a good Christian base of people, especially the true ranchers in this business. Judge Hoffman, I can't agree more, and we're proud to have you in Austin, Texas. I want to take this time to introduce and thank our superintendents for the steer show, Edward Snyder and Dr. Mark Miller, along with the awesome ring staff that we had from Texas Tech University, as well as the steer committee at Rodeo Austin. Thank you for being here and helping the steer show run smoothly. For those of you just joining us, in the show ring right now is Class 18, AOB Other Colors. 25 entries in this class with weights ranging from 1,000 to 1,077. Judge Hoffman will place forehead. Attention the barn. Class 19 AOB other color steers, please report to the holding area. Class 19 AOB other color, please report to the holding area. As these exhibitors make their way and exit the arena, we ask that you put your hands together and give them a round of applause for all their hard work and thanking them for exhibiting their projects at Rodeo Austin. Attention to the barn, if you have a steer that you wish to sell to the floor, price is $1.59 and TLMA is accepting those steers at this time. Again, if you have a steer that you wish to sell to the floor, price is $1.59 and TLMA is accepting those steers at this time. They're located at the northwest corner of the barn at the white tent. You can take those steers at any time. Attention the barn, class 19, AOB, other color, please report to the holding area. Class 19, please be making your way to the holding area. Attention the barn, we need entry 4273 and entry 7327 to report to the holding area. That's class 19, entry 4273 from Randall County 4-H and 7327 from Dallam-Hartley County 4-H. Please make your way to the holding area immediately. Attention to the barn. We need entry number 4273 to report to the holding area immediately. Again, that's entry number 4273 from Randall County 4-H. Please make your way to the holding area immediately.
Really a nice steer to win the class here. When you get this steer going, I think it does the steer a lot of favors, not only underneath, but the way he ties his top together. He's good out through his hip. He's got some muscle in him. He's a really deep-hearted steer and carries that depth throughout. He's very adequate in terms of bone and look and shape. He's just a very, very complete, well-balanced individual to start the class here. I like a lot of things about this steer here, too. He's very eye-appealing. Up high, I love the steer. He's got a lot of shape in him. He's got a lot of muscle. He's got that turn to his hip we've been looking for, or I have, and he just gets a little bit rounder and probably a little more opened up in that shoulder in our class winner, and just a little more shallow underneath. But this is a very good steer to be second. He's so much more shapy than the calf here in third. I like this steer, the way he blends together with the way he looks. He's a smooth-shouldered steer. He's good over his top line. I just like to pull him apart in terms of muscle and add a shot more bone, but he's enough more limber to get ahead of these next two steers here. This red steer really wants to open up in his shoulder. He's probably depositing quite a bit of fat up there, and he's just a little bit crestier, but he's a smooth-made steer that's actually got a lot of base width, and he's a very wide hip steer as well. I like this black steer quite well, too. I like the front two-thirds of him a whole lot. He's just a little too coarse in the hocks for me. I'd like to limber him up there just a little bit, but he's got plenty of look. He's got plenty of depth and a lot of shape. Very good steer here. We get into some that just don't move around as good, or they don't have as much muscle as some of the steers ahead of them. Now this steer here is sound enough, blends together good. I just like to pull him apart. He's very, very youthful looking. As youthful looking a steer as there is in the class, there just needs to be more steer there. Same with this gold colored steer here too, but the one thing is he struggles getting around a little bit, especially off of his hind leg, but he's a steer that's got a lot of shape up high. He's got a tremendous amount of muscle relative to his size. This calf here, same thing, lots of shape, especially in his hip. He didn't have as much muscle when I handled him as what I thought it looked like from the outside, but he just needs to be more limber off of his hind too. These two steers here, kind of picked them out to be down here off of the move. This steer here is exceptionally long-bodied and hold his top together pretty good. Just need to make him a little more fluent and athletic. The calf here that concludes the class is a practical steer, just needs cleaned up in his hock.
Thank you, Judge Hoffman. Results from Class 18. 10th place goes to Bryce Baca, Hendrickson, FFA. 9th place is Emery Dowd, Corsicana, FFA. 8th place goes to Brody Newbern, Bullard, FFA. 7th place goes to Chrissy Feller, Canyon Lake, FFA. 6th place goes to Blaine Marnerick, Bynum, FFA. 5th place goes to Caden Willett, Falls City, FFA. 4th place goes to Lennon Holloway, Taylor County 4-H. 3rd place goes to Kate Smith, Brownwood, FFA. 2nd place goes to Matthew Shannon, Gonzales County 4-H. And your class winner is Haley Rousen, Wimberley, FFA. Congratulations to those exhibitors. Entering the show ring at this time is Class 19. We have 26 entries in this class with weights ranging from 1,095 to 1,181. Judge Hoffman will place forehead. Attention the barn. This is first call for Class 20 AOB Other Color Steers. First call for Class 20. Please make your way to the holding area. In the show ring right now is Class 19 AOB Other Color Steers. We have 26 entries in this class with weights ranging 1,095 to 1,181. Attention barn, Class 20 AOB Other Color Steers, please be making your way to the holding area. Class 20 to the holding area. Attention the barn, Class 20, please make your way to the holding area. AOB, other color steers, Class 20 to the holding area. I want to remind you that if you have friends or family at home that are unable to attend the show today, that we have live coverage. Taylor Fort and his awesome crew is covering the show live. The live feed can be accessed through taylorford.com/live, through Taylor Fort Facebook page, Rodeo Austin's website. You can access the live feed. We also have the talented Devin Sisk and her team who are here taking photography, taking pictures in the ring, as well as your backdrop photos. Thank you both for your talented crew of being here and covering the show. Attention the barn, just as a reminder, we will not be taking a lunch break. We will complete the show before we take lunch, and prejudging will start at 5 o'clock for the champion drive. So if you are a champion or reserve champion of a division, prejudging for championship will begin at 5 o'clock in the show arena. As these exhibitors begin exiting the show arena, please put your hands together and give them a round of applause for all their hard work and joining us at Rodeo Austin. Attention the barn, Class 20, please be making your way to the holding area. Class 20, please make your way to the holding area. Attention the barn, Class 20, please make your way to the holding area. Class 20, please get to the holding area. Attention the barn, we need the following entries for Class 20 to report to the holding area. Entry number 1541 from Timpson FFA. Entry number 5755 from Mason County 4-H. And 6154 from Wharton County 4-H. Please report to the holding area immediately. Attention the barn, we need entry 1541, entry 5755, and entry 6154 to report to the holding area immediately.
Probably not going to find a better team than these three young men up here. With that, they got the best steer out here too. This calf's really smooth made. He's great in his top. He's good out to his hip. He's an exceptionally sound steer that's got a lot of look and good to him. We get into a steer here with a tremendous amount of shape. He gets a little too straight in his hind leg for me and a little bit too round throughout, but I think he's got as much product and puts as much good up and gets around as good as anything left in the class. The steer here in third, I like a lot of things about. Anyway, this calf is very, very practical. He's got a lot of shape to him. I like a lot of things about him. I like the top 2/3 really well. Not quite sound enough on his hind legs. He's got plenty of set from his hock to the ground. I'd like to straighten that up just a little bit, make him a little bit more attractive, and probably just put a little more width of body and flank in him like the calf ahead of him. Steer here in fourth, awfully good. In terms of practicality, he just gets a little too plain out here to be higher in the class, but I think he's enough sounder off of his hind leg to beat this steer here. I like the front and upper 2/3 of this calf. I just like to change him underneath off of his hind leg and give him more muscle throughout. This steer here has got some shape to him. He's a bold-ribbed calf. He's got a little bit different set to his hock and his pasturing than what I'd like. He's a little shallow-heeled. I'd like to pick him up there just a little bit, but he's a calf that gets around really good, very practical, just a really, really good calf. We get in some steers here that are going to sort themselves on structure a little bit. And I think as you go out and pick next year's selection, you know, that's where you got to start on looking at them, see how they move first, and then see what all they got on top of that structure. Because outline, the top 2/3 of this steer I like a whole lot. He'd be a contender, but I'd like to change him through his knee and his hock. This lighter colored steer here is a little bit the same way. Like to change him off of his hind legs, but the biggest thing to me is when I get my hands on him, I just like to put more muscle in him throughout, and you can tell that up through the front third just a little bit. When you look at him on that 3/4 view, I'd like to just pull him apart throughout. This steer gets a little bit straighter on both ends here, gets a little more knobby-kneed, a little coarser and rigid in that hock, and he's just a little, I guess, more stale than some of the steers. I'd like to freshen him up as well. And then we get into what kind of rounds out the class, our structural issues a little bit. This steer's a little too straight in his hock. Dang sure got the shape and the forearm and the build. I just like to make him more limber. This steer's probably as big a bone steer as there is in the class. With that, he needs to be a little bit more fluent. His bone almost throws him out in terms of proportion. It just needs to be a little more steer above all that bone. This calf's tremendously big boned as well too. Got a little bit more set and some fluid on those hocks. Really nice long pattern steer for as moderate as he is, this darker gray steer here. I'd like to just pretty him up a little bit, smooth him up over his top line and drop him in his heart. We conclude the class with another really, really good steer in terms of look and pattern. When you're right on top of this steer is probably when he's his best. When you're back off the side, he's just too straight off both ends and a little too shallow bodied to get any higher. From end to end, another really good class.
Thank you, Judge. Results from Class 19. 10th place goes to Braley Heiser from Dallam, Harlan County 4-H. 9th place goes to Riley Rickabaugh, Toller FFA. 8th place goes to Kelsey McAfee, Bell County 4-H. 7th place goes to Keelan Metter, Randall County 4-H. 6th place goes to Cambry Gore, Cisco FFA. 5th place goes to Clayton Sanderford, New Braunfels FFA. 4th place goes to Ethan Williams, Wise County 4-H. 3rd place, Emily Morgan, Lake Creek FFA. 2nd place goes to Jackson Hussung, Bell County 4-H. And your class winner is Creighton Rains, Fredericksburg FFA. Congratulations to those exhibitors. Entering the show ring at this time is Class 20 of the AOB Other Color Steers. We have 24 entries in this class with weights ranging 1185 to 1240. Judge will place and sell forehead. Attention the barn, I need Drew Carr from Lamb County 4-H and Lorelei Jenske from Poteet FFA. Please make your way to the announcer's table on the south end of the show arena. We need to obtain some information from both of you. Again, Drew Carr and Lorelei Jenske, if you will come to the announcer's table. Attention the barn, this is first call for Class 21 AOB Other Color Steers. Please be making your way to the holding area. This is first call for Class 21 to the holding area. I want to remind you that the show is being broadcasted by live feed, TaylorFort.com. You can access the live feed through TaylorFort.com/live, through Taylor Fort's Facebook page, or through Rodeo Austin's website. Also, ring photography and backdrop photography is provided by Devin Sisk and her talented crew. We want to thank Taylor Fort and Devin Sisk for being here to provide coverage and photography for today's show. I'd like to take this time to introduce, pay attention, we have a steer loose in the show ring. I want to take this opportunity to thank our sponsors, Telus Equipment Solutions, presenting sponsor of Show Barn, the right solution for your equipment needs. Ram, the official truck of Rodeo Austin. Sign up for your chance to win a voucher for a Ram truck at any of the Ram booths across the fairgrounds. HEB, the official grocer of Rodeo Austin. Special thank you to Ralston Family Charitable Foundation for their support of Rodeo Austin's mission. Frost Bank, presenting sponsor of Ultimate Scramble Championship. Holt Cat, Texas First Rentals, presenting sponsor of Youth Auction. Thank you to all those sponsors. We want to remind you that if you have a steer that you wish to sell to the floor, the price is $1.59, and TLMA is accepting steers at this time. The TLMA tent is located at the northwest, on the outside of the northwest corner of the show barn. Head out that door and go to the white tent. They're accepting those steers. So if you have a steer that you wish to sell on the floor, price is $1.59, and they are accepting those steers at this time. Attention the barn, Class 21 AOB other color steers, please be making your way to the holding area. Class 21, please report to the holding area. Attention on the floor, show floor, we have a loose steer. Give that young man a round of applause for catching that steer. As these exhibitors slowly make their way out of the arena, please put your hands together and help us show our appreciation for them exhibiting their project at Rodeo Austin. Attention the barn, Class 21, AOB Other Color Steers, please report to the holding area. Class 21, please be making your way to the holding area. I'd like to take this chance to introduce our superintendents of today's steer show, Edward Schneider and Dr. Mark Miller, as well as our ring staff, interns from Texas Tech University, and our steer committee along with the Rodeo Austin staff. We want to thank you for all their hard work and the efforts that they've put into helping us have a smooth and successful show. For those of you just joining us, we want to welcome our steer judge for today, Jason Hoffman from Thedford, Nebraska. Jason is here with his wife, Casey, children Haxton, Kennedy, and Hayden. Jason is the owner and operator of Hoffman Ranch in Thedford, Nebraska. Jason started his judging career at Clarendon Junior College in Clarendon, Texas, and finished up at Kansas State University in Manhattan, Kansas. Judge Hoffman has judged approximately 100 shows around the country. We want to thank Judge Hoffman for joining us in Austin, Texas. Attention the barn, we need entry number 5713 from Wise County 4-H. Please make your way to the holding area. Exhibitor 5713, please make your way to the holding area immediately. This is a reminder in the barn that all placing steers that are eligible for the sale must have a backdrop photo. So if you are a placing steer that qualifies for the sale, you must have a backdrop photo. Please make your way over to Devin Sisk, and she will assist you in obtaining a backdrop picture. Thank you.
Very useful steers here to start the class. This red and white steer is just more pulled apart, I think, throughout, and with that he's a bigger barreled steer that steps down on more foundation of bone. He's dang sure deeper sided, a little more masculine in his build. He's a wider hip calf that's got more over his top. Really nice steer, and he's quite pleasing on the move too. This steer really got my attention when he come in, just the way his pattern is and how smooth he is. He's adequate in terms of muscle. He doesn't have as much as the steer ahead of him, I don't feel, and he's not as square-hipped either. With that, he's just a little more frail-boned than our class winner. That's what split the pair, because I love how this steer's designed up through his neck, into his shoulder. Just doesn't have the overall depth and just power and substance of some of the steers we've used so far. He's a different one all on his own, and I really admire him for his added look and just quality and structural soundness. Steer that follows him is really a bold-made steer that gets too straight off of his hind legs when you ask him to go. He's big-barreled and massive, got a lot of shape to his top and hip. Just like to limber him up a little bit. Same with the calf that follows him. With that, he kind of picks that tail head up just a little bit. I like to change him through his hip and how that carries down into his hind leg. But I like his bold, and I like his rib, and I like his extra substance. This calf here is not as attractive as the steers ahead of him, up through his head and neck, chest, but I think he's a calf that looked like he was easy to feed. He's a very efficient type that's smooth and sound enough when we ask him to go. The steer that follows him probably got a little bit more length and product than the steer ahead of him. I'd like to limber him up in his bone construction just a little bit, primarily through that hock, and give him more upper hip. We get into another red steer that's built just a little bit coarser as well. Like to free him up when we ask him to go too, but I think you sure got to admire him for all the muscle he's got and the power and the added bone, just like to make him a little freer moving. Get into a steer here that doesn't have as much shape in his top. Like to give him more muscle and lay it down all the way throughout his hip, but he's a calf that's sound enough, his pattern's right, just needs to be stouter. This calf here is really good in terms of base, or in terms of width up high. He's got some shape to him, he's got some rib to him, dang sure got some muscle to him. Just like to change him in his slope to his knee and free him up off of his hind legs. Really a long pattern calf that's got tremendous growth and performance here. The young lady has like to body him down in terms of his flank and free him up in his joints. Another really well-made steer that blends together nice. He's very smooth-made. With that being said, I'd like to just add more power and transmit more muscle in him. He's good enough underneath. Just needs to be more powerful to find himself higher in the class. Same with the calf that follows him. Like to see more true real muscle in this steer, not only in his top, but back there in his pins as well. Like to pull him apart. Like to change the angle of his hock just a little bit, but he's a calf that's got some depth of heart, he's got some depth of rib, and he's dang sure got some quality. Really a bold-made steer concludes this lineup of steers here, just too coarse in his joints to get any higher. Tons of power and body and substance, and dang sure got a big old hip in him.
Results from Class 20. 10th place goes to Kinley Lamberg from Marion FFA. 9th place goes to Cooper Hardcastle, Gonzales County 4-H. 8th place goes to J.W. Rickabaugh, Toller FFA. 7th place goes to Lola Polar, Wharton County 4-H. 6th place goes to Kaysen Jones, Lubbock County 4-H. 5th place goes to Connor Aiken, Victoria County 4-H. 4th place goes to Cadence Warner, Gillespie County 4-H. 3rd place goes to Aubrey Turner, Bastrop County 4-H. 2nd place goes to Cayman Cody, Toller FFA. And your class winner is Sterling McGee, Tom Green County 4-H. Congratulations to each of those exhibitors. Entering the show ring at this time is Class 21 AOB Other Color Steers. We have 24 entries in this class with weights ranging from 1245 to 1293. Judge Hoffman will place 5, we'll sell 5. Attention barn, this is a reminder that we will not be taking a lunch break. We will take lunch at the end of today's steer show. Prejudging for the champion drive will begin at 5 o'clock with all of the division champion and reserve champions. That will be at 5 o'clock this afternoon. Attention the barn, this is first call for Class 22 AOB Other Color Steers. Please be making your way to the holding area. This is first call for Class 22. Attention the barn, I need Drew Carr from Lamb County 4-H and Lorelei Jensky from Poteet FFA. Please make your way to the announcer's table on the south end of the arena. Need to obtain some information from you. Again, this is Drew Carr and Lorelei Jensky. Please come to the announcer's table. If you're just joining us, this is Class 21 in the show ring at this time. We have 24 entries with weights ranging 1245 to 1293. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank our sponsors, Tellius Equipment Solutions, presenting sponsor of Show Barn, the right solution for your equipment needs. Ram, the official truck of Rodeo Austin. Sign up for your chance to win a voucher for a Ram truck at any of the Ram booths across the fairgrounds. HEB, the official grocer of Rodeo Austin. Special thank you to the Ralston Family Charitable Foundation for their support of Rodeo Austin's mission. Frost Bank, presenting sponsor of Ultimate Scramble Championship. Holt Cat, Texas First Rentals, presenting sponsor of Youth Auction. We are very much appreciative of those sponsors. Attention to the barn, Class 22, AOB Other Color Steers, please make your way to the holding area. Class 2, please make your way to the holding area. Look out, we got a loose steer in the show ring. Good job, guys. Thank you. As these exhibitors start exiting the show arena, we ask that you please put your hands together and give them a round of applause for all their hard work and exhibiting their project here at Rodeo Austin. Attention barn, Class 22, AOB, Other Color Steers, please make your way to the holding area. Class 22 to the holding area. Attention to the barn, Class 22. This is last call for Class 22. You need to make your way to the holding area immediately. Attention in the barn, we are needing the following entry numbers, exhibitors to holding area. Entry 3432, entry 3702, and entry 5568. Please make your way to the holding area immediately.
Really an attractive, smooth-made steer to win the class here, and he's sound structured. Just got a tremendous amount of quality. Smooth up high. He's got some muscle, and I like the way he carries that shape around his quarter. He's a calf that gets around good with some added look. The steer here in second, I like the basic build of this calf. He's a wide base calf that's big-footed. He's pulled apart in his rib. He just doesn't balance out as pretty as our class winner or near as smooth. He's a little bit deeper necked and not as attractive up there. Not as attractive back through his hip either, but he's got some actual shape and some real bone underneath of him. Nice steer. And there's just more steer that's more pulled apart, and he's deeper flanked than this calf that's third. I like a lot of things about this calf. He's attractive. His markings help him out because it kind of catches your eye. I'd sure like to change how he gets off of his hind leg, and he doesn't have as much bone as the two steers ahead of him. The calf that follows him, same deal. I'd like to change the set to his hock. He's a little bit more stale than the steers ahead of him. I like a lot of things about him, though. He's got some depth in him. He's got some rib, and he's dang sure got some masculinity and some hip. This steer is the same way, just too straight in that hock. He's a long pattern calf that's tall fronted. I like that about him, how he balances out up there. I like how his neck comes out of his shoulder. He too gets probably just a little bit more stale and tapers back to those pins, but he's a really good calf. I love the front 2/3 of this black calf here. He's attractive up through that front end. He's got a lot of honest depth of harp. He's got a lot of depth of his midrib. He's good up high. The problem is he tapers back into his hip. He doesn't have as much true muscle as some of the steers we've seen today, and with that, I'd like to change him off of his hind leg. We get in calves that just don't have as much look or as quality. But as much quality as some of the ones ahead of them, but I think they got a lot of good in them. There's a lot of bone and rib in this calf. This calf here is exceptionally smooth. He's smooth in a lot of ways. He's a little bit lower headed naturally, but he's got some shape up through his loin, got some hip in him as well. Calf that follows him is butterscotch calf here. I like a lot. I like him on the stand still a lot better than when we ask him to move. He's got a lot of depth of rib. He's a very practical calf that's smooth made. Not as much flare to his hip as some of them. Just like to loosen him up a little bit. The gold calf here, same deal. You know, we get into some structural issues here and bottom ends of these classes. This calf gets a little bit more narrow chested and wants to toe out just a little bit. But I think there's some good in him, and that's why he got pulled, because he's got some honest, genuine power in him. This calf here has got a lot of shape to his quarter. I wish he just had was a little bit better from his hock to the ground. He's not as attractive up through that face. But I think he's a calf that's got a tremendous amount of meat in him. This calf here has got a lot of shape and expression to him. He's just coarser and straighter in those joints.
Attention to the barn, we need exhibitor number 3702 from New Braunfels FFA. You need to make your way to the holding area immediately. You're about to miss your class. Exhibitor number 3702 from New Braunfels FFA. Results from Class 21. 10th place goes to Shelby Cox, Hayes County 4-H. 9th place goes to Isabella Parkey, Archer County 4-H. 8th place goes to Alexandra Thomas, East Central FFA. 7th place goes to Ilana Hurtado, Hayes County 4-H. 6th place goes to Caitlin Ezel, Leon County 4-H. 5th place goes to Preston Liffam, Stonewall County 4-H. 4th place goes to Bailey Gillen, Lindale FFA. 3rd place goes to Caper Harris, Colorado FFA. Second place goes to Bradley Muth, Floresville FFA. And your class winner is Cass Pape, Marion FFA. Congratulations to those exhibitors. Attention barn, exhibitor entry number 3702. Your class is about to walk into the show ring. You're about to miss your class. Entry 3702 from New Braunfels FFA.
I'll see.
Exhibitor number 3702, New Braunfels FFA, please report to the holding area immediately. Entering the show ring at this time is Class 22, AOB, other color steers. We have 24 entries in this class with weights ranging 1296 to 1347. Judge Hoffman will place 5. Attention the barn, this is first call for Class 23, AOB Other Color Steers. First call for Class 23. Please start making your way to the holding area. Attention the barn, Class 23, AOB Other Color Steers, please be moving to the holding area. Class 23, please move to the holding area. For those of you just joining us, I'd like to introduce and welcome our steer judge for today, Mr. Jason Hoffman from Thedford, Nebraska. Jason is with us today, including his wife, Casey, children, Haxton, Kennedy, and Hayden. Jason is the owner and operator of Hoffman Ranch in Thedford, Nebraska. Judge Hoffman started his judging career at Clarendon Junior College in Clarendon, Texas, and finished up at Kansas State University in Manhattan, Kansas. Judge Hoffman has judged around approximately 100 shows around the country. We want to thank you for him joining us in Austin, Texas. For those of you just joining us, this is Class 22, AOB Other Color Steers. We have 24 entries in this class with weights ranging 1296 to 1347. Judge Hoffman will place and will sell 5 head. Attention, the barn will need Class 23 to be moving to the holding area. If you are in Class 3, please begin moving to the holding area. As these exhibitors begin exiting the arena, I ask that you put your hands together and please give them a round of applause, thanking them for all their hard work and for exhibiting their project at Rodeo Austin. Attention the barn, Class 23, please make your way to the holding area. Class 23, please be moving to the holding area. Attention the barn, if you have a steer that you wish to sell on the floor, the price is $1.59 and TLMA is accepting steers at this time. So if you have a steer you wish to sell on the floor, as well as your placing steers, you need to make your way to TLMA, which is located outside the barn, the northwest corner of the barn. Look for the white tent. They're accepting steers at this time. The floor price is $1.59. Attention the barn, class 23, please be moving to the holding area. Class 23, please move to the holding area immediately. Attention the barn, we need entry number 1117 from Lubbock County 4-H and exhibitor 5784 from Midland County 4-H to report to the holding area. Thank you. Attention the barn, we need exhibitor entry number 1117 from Lubbock County 4-H. Please make your way to the holding area.
Really nice class here. Again, the class winner, I just like the build on this calf a whole lot. I like him structurally. I like the true shape he's got in him. I like the hip in him. Like how he gets off of his feet and legs. Just a really, really high quality steer with some extra power and dimension to him. The steer here in second gets a little bit straighter shouldered. Doesn't have the muscle up high as our class winner, and especially in that upper hip. But I think he's a calf that needs to be here in terms of balance and rib and substance and performance and some added bone, and structurally too. I think this is a calf that's very, very solid. The steer here in third, I like a lot of things about. He kind of wants to roll out on those right hind feet, but he's a calf that's got some good in him. I'm not convinced he's got the muscle in him of these two steers ahead of him. He's a calf that's got more condition on him for sure. He's a little bit softer handling, not as firm, not as hard, but he's a very high quality calf. Young lady does a good job showing him. I like this steer a whole lot when he come in. I'm not sure he's just quite good enough in his knee. Not quite as much of him either. He's a little bit straighter up in that shoulder, but I like a lot of things about him. He's got some true shape to his top and hip. He's got that curvature to his hip that carries into his hind leg with some power and some authority. This calf here is just flatter than the calf ahead of him, and he struggles just a little bit getting around too. I'd like to loosen him up, but the biggest thing is he doesn't have the shape and muscling of the steers ahead of him. He's just a little bit flatter in that stifle and hip, but I think he's a calf that really gets your attention because he's been fed well. He's a smooth-made calf, and just a lot of quality about him. This calf's just a little bit rounder. He's kind of rounder up in that shoulder. He's rounder in his hip. He's deeper necked and maybe a little more I guess bully-headed just a little bit, but I think there's so much dimension and power to him, he needs to be up where he's at. Steer that follows him, I like a lot of things about too. He doesn't have as much muscle up high as what you'd think from the outside. I'd like to give him just a little bit more shape there and some more true shape in his upper hip. He's a wide, square-hipped calf, just like put a little bit more muscle in him, but I think he's a calf that steps down on some bone relative to his frame size and just a good deep-bodied type of steer. Calf follows him, just a little bit more narrow-chested. He doesn't have the shape to his rib. He's a little bit flatter there, a little bit more narrow up high, tapers into his pins just a little bit, but I think he's a really, really good calf that's got some bone. This calf here just gets too straight in his hock. He's got a lot of shape to him. Just like to loosen him up a little bit on both ends, but especially on the hind end. Calf that follows him I kind of missed earlier. But I think when he got back out here, he dang sure deserved to be out here because he's a long, attractive calf. Like how his neck comes out of his shoulder. He's a long-bodied calf that's got some shape. He doesn't balance out like some of the calves on the front end of the class on his muscle pattern and his hind leg, but I think he's a calf that's got a lot of good, and he's just sounder in kind of what remains here. This calf here, it just gets plainer. He's probably built the widest up front and tapers a little bit back behind. Doesn't have that shape in his stifle or top, but he's a calf in his own right. He's got some foot underneath him. He's got a tremendous amount of bone. A very smooth blending calf. Just need to see more shape and loosen him up a little bit. This calf here gets a little bit more opened up in that chest floor than maybe what's ideal. He's a little bit more patchy in his finish. Like to smooth him up, but mainly him and this black steer I just like to loosen up. I like the performance and the natural depth of rib this calf's got, this black and white calf, but when you get him in motion, I think that's where the problem lies, and he just needs to be a little bit sounder to get higher in the class.
Thank you, Judge Hoffman. Results from Class 22. 10th place goes to Cale Horton, Plainview FFA. 9th place goes to Zane Potter, Harris County 4-H. 8th place goes to Kyron Rodriguez, San Patricio County 4-H. 7th place goes to Jade Cox, Granbury FFA. 6th place goes to Kate Wilburn, Denver City FFA. 5th place goes to Allie Tiemann, Washington County 4-H. 4th place goes to Kimber Lambert, Midland County 4-H. 3rd place goes to Miranda Skaggs, Brazos County 4-H. 2nd place goes to Georgia Tusa, Falls County 4-H. And your class winner is Kate Lenny, Fredericksburg FFA. Congratulations to all those exhibitors.
Drew Carr was champion.
Entering the show ring at this time is Class 23 AOB Other Color Steers. We have 25 entries in this class. Weights ranging from 1349 to 1419. Attention the barn, this is first call for Class 24 AOB other color steers. Please start making your way to the holding area. First call for Class 24. Attention barn, if you have a steer that you wish to floor, the price is $1.59 and TLMA is accepting those steers at this time. TLMA will only be accepting steers for approximately 1 hour at the conclusion of today's show. So don't delay. If you have a steer that you wish to sell at the floor price of $1.59, TLMA is accepting those steers. They're located outside the barn, northwest corner, white tent, and they will be accepting those steers for approximately 1 hour at the conclusion of the show. I want to remind you that if you have friends and family at home that are unable to attend, that the show is be covered live. Taylor Fort and his amazing crew is covering the show through a live feed. That link can be accessed through taylorfort.com/live. You can also access that live feed through Taylor Fort's Facebook page and Rodeo Austin's website. Additionally, Devin Sisk Photography and her talented crew are taking pictures on the show floor as well as the backdrop photography. We want to thank you to Devin Sisk and Taylor Fort for being here to cover our show. Attention to the barn. We need Class 24 to make their way to the holding area. Class 24, please start moving to the holding area. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank and recognize our sponsors of Rodeo Austin. Tellius Equipment Solutions, presenting sponsor Show Barn, the right solution for your equipment needs. Ram, the official truck of Rodeo Austin. Sign up for your chance to win a voucher for a Ram truck at any of the Ram booths across the fairgrounds. HEB, the official grocer of Rodeo Austin. Additional thank you to the Ralston Family Charitable Foundation for their support of Rodeo Austin's mission. Frost Bank, presenting sponsor of Ultimate Scramble Championship. Holt Cat, Texas First Rentals, presenting sponsor of Youth Auction. Thank you to all those sponsors. For those of you just joining us this morning, currently in the show ring is Class 23 AOB Other Color Steers. We have 25 entries in this class with weights ranging from 1349 to 1419. Judge Hoffman will place and sell 5. Attention to the barn, Class 24, please be making your way to the holding area. Class 24, please move to the holding area. As these exhibitors begin exiting the arena, please put your hands together and give them a round of applause. We want to thank them for all their hard work and exhibiting their project at Rodeo Austin. Attention to the barn, if you have come in and started to load out, you need to get your tack and please move on. We have people waiting to get in line to load out. Please be respectful of all exhibitors that are trying to load their tack and move out of the barn. Please be as efficient as you can with getting your information and moving out of the trailer line so the next individuals can move into that place. Attention to the barn, class 24, please make your way to the holding area. Class 24, please move to the holding area. Attention the barn, class 24, you need to be making your way to the holding area. This is last call for class 24. Please move to the holding area immediately.
Sorry for the delay, folks, but this is a serious class that I felt needed serious attention. The calf that wins the class here just keeps working himself up. Might be a little bow-legged behind. Big deal in the grand scheme of things, because I think he's sound enough when you ask him to go. I like the feet on this calf. I think he balances the other two steers behind him out extremely well as far as how he's made up through that shoulder and neck. He's a big top calf, tremendously thick when you get behind him. He is obviously very wide-based. He's more elevated up through that front end, laid in neater in the shoulder than the calf here in second. This calf here is a truck. I mean, he is a bus in terms of muscle and product. He's a little bit lower fronted. He opens up more in that shoulder. He's got ever so slightly little wind puffs, and that isn't what puts him there, because this calf does too. You expose it all here in these calves, and I just think that the little things that need cleaned up, the biggest thing that sorts this pair of steers is how this steer's made in his shoulder and how he opens up and just being a little bit coarser up there. Back 2/3 of his body, and the one thing that might throw him off here a little bit is he's a little bit lower fronted. Runs downhill just a little bit. The back 2/3 of his body are as powerful as anything we've seen. That's as much real muscle as you can put in one and still get him around in the ring in here. That calf's got big feet underneath of him too. I like him a whole lot. This white steer, I like a lot of things about. I don't think there's as much steer as the two in front of him. He too's just a little straight behind. I think the biggest thing is he gets a little bit more narrow chested, wants to splay out just a little bit, and he just doesn't have the power of those two ahead of him. And I'd like to give him a little bit more flex from his hock to the ground, but an ultra attractive steer that could have won a lot of classes today. I love this gray steer, his pattern and how she puts him together. I like how elevated he is up through his neck and how he ties out of his shoulder. Really good in his spine. He's a long, attractive steer. Young lady does a great job showing this steer, because you kind of know he doesn't have as much to these, but she always kind of has them put together where you can't really deny him either. But when it gets into these top three, he just probably doesn't belong there today, because there isn't enough power in that steer. He's just better built and better jointed than the steer here that follows him. This calf come in, he gets your attention. I love the things about him. He resembles number 1 and 2 extremely well, and would have been up there if he was better through his hock and better up front off of his front legs there. I'd like to fix him, but the biggest thing and the most noticeable thing is how straight he is in that hind leg and having some extra swelling and puffiness on those hocks. I'd like to clean him up in his joints, but there is no denying how much power that calf has and how much he lays over his top and back through his hip. Calf that follows him just doesn't balance out quite as nice in terms of pattern as these steers. He gets a little lankier in his movement. He kind of moves in 3 different pieces relative to the ones ahead of him. He doesn't tie together quite as good over his top, doesn't have that really good square hip, and then it turns into muscle and shape, but he's a calf that's got some length and got some bone to him for sure. The white calf that follows him is just a patchier finish calf. He's not as toned, he's not as firm to handle, but he's a calf that's got a tremendous amount of good. That being said, I admire how easy and efficient looking he is, how easy feeding he probably was, but just needs toned up a little bit. He's wanting to get some crest deposited up there and like to slick him out through that neck just a little bit. Calf behind him just doesn't have enough shape to get any higher. He's a nice balanced, nice performing, nice feeding type. Doesn't have any flare to his hip relative to the steers ahead of him, doesn't have enough shape up high, just very practical and sound on his feet and legs. Steer that follows him's bus in terms of power and bone, and I like a lot of things about him. He wants to go over in his knee just a little bit. I'd like to fix that, like the steer behind him too. He's really got a lot of chest floor, and he opens up there, but he opens up to a degree where he's just got too much width up there up front. Gets too coarse in that shoulder, and he just doesn't handle himself as good on the move, especially through those hind legs as well. This white steer resembles the white steer about 2 or 3 holes ahead of him. You know, I just like to tone him up in terms of his condition. He doesn't have enough true muscle in him. He gets a little more narrow chested, but I like a lot of things about him. Admire him for his length, and he's got some width to his upper hip. Young lady in the red sweater there's got a really long and extended steer. When he gets out there, he doesn't balance up just in terms terms of depth of body and guts like some of the steers ahead of him. The calf that concludes the class is a really attractive steer. He's good up through that neck. Just doesn't move good enough on his knees or back there on his hock, and when you ask him to go, he's just a little bit more restricted. But an awesome class from top to bottom.
Results from Class 23. 10th place goes to Caleb Robinette from Midland County 4-H. 9th place is Britton Clevenger from Hockley County 4-H. 8th place, Sawyer Lunsford, Dimmitt FFA. 7th place goes to Bailey Ruiz, McMullen County 4-H. 6th place goes to Emmeline Mauser, Williamson County 4-H. 5th place goes to Kinley Rathman, Lubbock County 4-H. 4th place goes to Stratton Shirts, Ropes FFA. 3rd place goes to Landon Bird, Lubbock County 4-H. 2nd place goes to Kendall Rust, Kendall County 4-H. And your class winner goes to William Wall, Idalou FFA. Congratulations to those exhibitors. Entering the ring at this time is Class 24 AOB Other Color Steers. We have 25 entries in this class with weights ranging from 1421 to 1595. Judge Hoffman will place and sell 5. Attention the barn, Keegan Rodriguez, if you can hear this, please report to your stall. Keegan Rodriguez, please report to your stall. Attention the barn, if you have a floor steer that you wish to take to TLMA, floor price is $1.59, and they are taking those steers at this time. They will accept steers 1 hour after the conclusion of the show, no later than 1 hour after the conclusion of the show. The TLMA tent is located outside the show barn at the northwest corner. Look for the white tent. Again, TLMA is accepting floor steers at $1.59. They're accepting steers at this time, and they will accept steers up to 1 hour after the conclusion of today's show. Attention to the barn. This is a reminder that if you have a placing steer that is eligible for the sale, you must get a backdrop photo from Devin Sisk. That is a requirement. If you have a placing steer that makes you eligible for the sale, you must obtain a backdrop photo from Devin Sisk. Thank you. At the conclusion of the show, we will take a lunch break and resume the show at 5 o'clock with the prejudging of our Grand and Reserve Champion steer. I'd like to take this opportunity to recognize the sponsors of Rodeo Austin. Tellius Equipment Solutions, presenting sponsor of Show Barn, the right solution for your equipment needs. Ram, the official truck of Rodeo Austin. Sign up for your chance to win a voucher for a Ram truck at any of the Ram booths across the fairgrounds. HEB, the official grocer of Rodeo Austin. Special thank you to the Ralston Family Charitable Foundation for their support of Rodeo Austin's mission. Frostbank, presenting sponsor of Ultimate Scramble Championship. Holt Cat, Texas First Rentals, presenting sponsor of Youth Auction. Special thanks to all of those sponsors. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank some of our support for making this show possible. We have our steer superintendents, Edward Snyder and Dr. Mark Miller, as well as amazing ring staff, Texas Tech interns, as well as the steer committee from Rodeo Austin, as well as many volunteers. It takes a lot of work to go into putting on these shows, all the work and preparation on the front end. So we just wanted to thank all of those individuals for all their hard work making this show such a success. We also wanted to thank Taylor Fort and his amazing crew for being here to broadcast and make the show live, as well as Devin Sisk and her amazing team for the photography in the show ring, as well as our backdrop photography. Thank you to Taylor Fort and Devin Sisk, as well as our volunteers, our rodeo staff at Rodeo Austin, our superintendents, and our interns. Thank you for all of your hard work making this show such a success. This is a reminder that if you have a placing steer that is eligible for the sale, you must get a backdrop photo. Again, if you have a placing steer that makes you eligible for the sale, you must obtain a backdrop photo from Devin Sis Photography. As these exhibitors begin exiting the arena, please put your hands together and help us thank them for all of their hard work and exhibiting their project at Rodeo Austin. Attention the barn, if you have a steer that you wish to floor, the price is $1.59, and TLMA is accepting steers at this time. They are located outside of the barn at the northwest corner. Just go to the white tent, and they are receiving steers now, and will receive steers up to an hour at the conclusion of the show. If you wish to sell your steer on the floor for $1.59, please take your steer to TLMA, and they will be accepting steers up to 1 hour after the conclusion of today's show.
Really the most complete steer is going to win this class. With that, he's got some added look. I like how this calf is over his top. He's a wide pin calf that's wide built underneath in terms of structure. He's attractive, just a very, very complete type of steer. The steer here in second, Probably not totally my type, but when you get in and analyze him for what he is, he's sound enough. He's got a tremendous amount of shape. He's got as much muscle over his top, and in that stifle is probably about anything we've seen with that. He can get around fine. He's made just a little bit rounder. He's rounder in his pattern. He's rounder up there in that front end just a little bit, but I like a lot of things about this big steer, and he gets around the ring just fine for how he's constructed. Good job. The calf here in third just falls short probably a little bit in terms of shape as the two steers ahead of him. He's a calf. The young lady does a good job showing him. He's easy to get a good look at too. I like to rock him back in his shoulder just a little bit, probably give him a little bit more stifle. This calf here is somewhat the same way. He doesn't have the stifles 1 and 2. With that, he's a little bit lower fronted, a little bit crestier in that neck at this stage, but a really good kind of steer. Another gray steer here, got a big foot underneath of him. The biggest thing is when you put your hands on him, I'd like to pull him apart a little bit and give him more genuine muscle. But I really like this calf's pattern, as well as the calf follows him. He's a nice pattern calf. When you get him moving, he's just a little bit choppy in his stride. Like to loosen him up there a little bit. Maybe doesn't have the bone of some of these steers ahead of him, but most of all, I just like to loosen him up in his top and off of his hind leg. Really efficient type steer here. This white steer is probably just a little past prime. He has got a little bit more chest in him. He's opening up in that shoulder. I'd like to tone him up and harden him up and give him a shot more muscle, maybe make him a little bit more youthful, but for as big and mature as this steer is, he does a pretty good job getting around the ring. This black blaze face calf here, I like a lot of things about too. You know, he's really long up through that front end. He's long and extended in his rib. He doesn't move as fluent as what's ideal, and he could probably just be a little more massive middled and a little soggier, but he's just complete enough and got a little bit more shape than the black and white steer that follows him. This steer gets a little too straight on those hind legs. With that, he still needs more bone, and he needs more true muscle in throughout, but he's a big, attractive steer, and if you look at him over his top, he's really square made. He's exceptionally square out to his pins. Kind of grabs your attention most of the time. He's just a very good type of a steer in terms of pattern and look. Calf that follows him just doesn't balance out as nice as these steers. You know, I like a lot of things about this steer. He's good enough underneath. He just doesn't have as much spring to his rib. He's not as bold right behind his shoulder as some of these steers. Doesn't tie it all together back through his hip. And the mouse-colored steer there and concludes the class. When you get your hands up on him and you're right on top of that steer, you like him a lot because there's a lot of power in there and a lot of muscle. When you get out here and get off of him, he gets a little bit more shallow and tubular in his rib. I'd like to soften him up and give him a little bit more sweep there, but another exceptionally good class.
Thank you, Judge Hoffman. Results for Class 24, 10th place goes to Presley Hankus, Wall FFA. 9th place goes to Madeline McFarland, Montague County 4-H. 8th place goes to Owen Rouse, Madison County 4-H. 7th place goes to Charlie Tusa, Falls County 4-H. 6th place goes to Kelton White, Scurry County 4-H. 5th place goes to Mackenzie Smart, Collin County 4-H. 4th place goes to Jade Cannon Stone, Martin County 4-H. 3rd place goes to Ainsley Hayes, Glen Rose FFA. 2nd place goes to Jackson Missildine, Marion FFA. And your class winner goes to Madeline Wall, Idalou FFA. Congratulations to all those exhibitors. Entering the show ring at this time is the first and second place class winners from all 7 of the AOB other colors. Class 18, we have the class winner Haley Ronhausen, and second place Matthew Shannon. From class 19, we have first place Creighton Rains. Second place Jackson Hussung. Out of class 20, we have first place Sterling McGee. Second place Cayman Cody. Out of class 21, first place Cass Page. Second place Bradley Muth. Out of class 22, we have first place Cade Lenny and second place Georgia Tusa. Out of class 23, first place William Wall, second place Kendall Rust, and out of our last class, I don't have the And out of our last class, we have our class winner, Madeline Wall, and second place, Jackson Missildine. Again, this is the division drive for AOB Other Colors. I'd like to take this time to not only introduce, but also thank some of the leadership at Rodeo Austin. Very seldom do we get the chance to have them in our presence because they're always working hard behind the scenes to make sure everything is running smoothly during the show, but also throughout the year and leading up to the show. Glenn Allen Phillips, who is our CEO, Rodeo Austin. Also in the show ring is Jeff Thane, who is our COO, as well as Lauren Todd, who is the competitive events manager. Please put your hands together and give them a round of applause for all of the hard work to make the show such a success as well as it's turned out.
Another tremendous lineup. We've sure had a lot of really good class winners come out the last 2 days to make these divisions. Excellent set of kids. I mean, how refreshing can it be to come out here and sort through kids this polite, that have their stuff together, this well organized, and then to fall into the hands of a show like this that's so efficiently ran. I like this big old ring. You can really get a good look at them. I like the catch gate back there again. I think that's one of the best ideas I've ever seen for these shows. Everything's ran so timely and efficiently, and I hope all of you guys realize what good hands you are in with shows like this and with exhibitors like this. Unbelievable manners, and I just think that's what sets your state apart. I can remember being 18 years old and coming to work on a ranch down here, and the few shows we went to, I'd never seen anything like it. Just the mass and the quality and the options for these young people. It truly is second to none. Had a good time evaluating these cattle. It's gone pretty darn good and smooth, and a time or two it's taken a little longer than what I'd prefer, but at the end of the day I'm going to know I'm right. And I appreciate being asked to be here, and we'll see a lot of you this evening, and just thanks for a phenomenal show. It's probably obvious, the consideration here for reserve. Again, I want it justified and I want it right, and I want my mind clear when we're done. I'm going to tell you there's some give and take in these two steers. Young man steer up here is straight enough fronted for me. But with that being said, I think he's got a tremendous amount of good back behind him. He's cleaner in his neck than that steer behind him a little bit, especially on top. I'd like to rock him back in his shoulder ever so slightly, but I love his shape. I love the back 2/3 of this steer. I love how his hip ties into his hind leg. I think he's especially good off of his hind leg. I think he's cleaner in his joints than the steer right behind him. The steer right behind him gets a little bit lower fronted. He's probably got just a little bit more crest in him. He opens up in that shoulder a little bit. With that being said, though, on that shoulder, that steer's got an amazingly big forearm in him. He's got a ton of muscle in him. He's got all kinds of shape behind him. He's probably about as thick a steer as we've seen all day that can handle it on the move. I'd like to clean up his hocks just a little bit on wind puffs. I don't think that's anything structurally. You'll get that a lot on bulls and stuff we sell, and in time they grow out of it, and those are breeding stock that got to last a long time. So I don't think that's the end of the world, but I want you to know what makes this pair close. But I'm going to go ahead and use the power and mass and meat in this steer right here.
Your champion, AOB Other Color Steer, goes to William Wall, Idalou, FFA, and your reserve champion, AOB Other Color, goes to Kendall Russ, Kendall County 4-H. Congratulations to those exhibitors as well as everybody else leaving the ring at this time. That's the conclusion of the steer show at this time. We will resume back at 5 o'clock this afternoon for pre-selection of our grand champion and reserve grand champion steer. Be back at the arena at 5 o'clock for the pre-selection of our grand and reserve grand champion steer. Attention in the barn, it is approximately 12:30. TLMA is accepting floor steers at this time. Floor price is $1.59. If you're interested in flooring your steer for the price of $1.59, they will be receiving steers at the TLMA tent until 1:30, 1 hour after the